We're momentarily live while I run a sound check. It's Lorraine Kohler from the clerk's office. Council meeting, May 22nd, 2024. Sound check one. Sound check one. Sound check one.
Okay, thanks very much. We are now live, folks, so we're going to get started. Madam Clerk, can you confirm that we indeed have quorum?
Mayor Horvath, quorum is present.
Thanks very much then. We have a number of council members in chambers. We have Councillor Clark, Councillor Kretsch, Councillor Kassar, Councillor Pauls, Councillor Taddison, Councillor Francis, Councillor Maureen Wilson, Councillor Spadafora, Councillor Wang, Councillor McMeekin, and Councillor Jackson. And joining us online is Councillor Alex Wilson. So good morning, everyone. So let's get started with the national anthem, please. Please stand. Thanks all. Please be seated. The City of Hamilton is situated upon the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that this land is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase 1792 between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Today, the City of Hamilton is home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, North America, and we recognize that we must do more to learn about the rich history of this land so that we can better understand our roles as residents, neighbors, partners, and caretakers. Members are reminded that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during council meetings. Before we get on to the approval of the agenda, two things. One, welcoming our staff here who are going to be supporting us through the meeting, and media folks that are here as well. Thanks for being here with us this morning. And I'm going to ask Councillor Taddison to present something. It was a bit spur of the moment. So before we actually get on to the formal agenda, I'm going to hand it over to Councillor Taddison.
So thank you, Mayor. On Friday, we had a ceremony with some veterans, and I have a plaque on behalf of the Royal Canadian Air Force veterans of the 447 City of Hamilton Wing, Royal Canadian Air Force Association out of Mount Hope, in recognition of the 100th anniversary of the Royal Canadian Air Force. They wanted to thank you and the City of Hamilton for flying our 100th anniversary flag at City Hall here over the weekend in honor of all the fallen comrades, past and present. So here is the plaque. And Matt, if you, thank you. Ready? And then this is the flag that flew.
Thank you so much. I'm going to send the plaque around so people could have a quick look at it. So when you're finished there, if you don't mind, Councillor Taddison, to send that around to our colleagues so they can have a look. That's very kind and generous. And on behalf of the City of Hamilton, I want to accept that that wonderful plaque as well as the flag, and say to all the veterans that served in any mission, whether it was wars or peacekeeping, and those that are serving now, we are grateful for your sacrifice and for everything you do to maintain the values of freedom and independence for us and others. So thank you so much for your sacrifice. On that note now, we're heading to the approval of the agenda. Before so doing, I want to acknowledge that we've had a couple more councillors join us. We have Councillor Beattie, Councillor Nan, and Councillor Danko also joining us this morning. So Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mayor Horvath. There are 2 added communication items. 511, it's correspondence respecting Bayfront Park encampments. A is from Justin Rosart, and B is from Mike Slattery. The recommendation is to be received and referred to the consideration of item 2 of General Issues Committee Report 24-009.
Thanks very much. May I have a motion to then approve the agenda as amended? Moved by Councillor Paul, seconded by Councillor McMeekin. Any discussion on the amended agenda? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote, please. That carries 16-0. Thanks very much. Item 2 on the agenda is declarations of interest. Members of council, are there any declarations of interest that people want to share or declare? Seeing none, thanks very much. I think we already had a ceremony activity. We'll go to the approval of the minutes of the previous meeting, 4.1, May 8th, 2024. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the May 8th, 2024 meeting as presented? Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Spatafora. Any discussion on the minutes, folks? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. That carries 16-0. Thanks very much. We're on to communications. Item 5, Councillor Nan. May I have the motion on the communications items, please?
Certainly, Mayor. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Huang that the communications items 5.1 to 5.11 be approved as presented.
Thanks very much. Any discussion on the communications items, folks? Oh, Councillor Wang, please go ahead.
Thank you. Mayor, I'd like to draw your attention to item 5.10. It is a correspondence from Township of Lake of Bays requesting support for the resolution requesting that the administrative monetary penalty system receive royal assent. As I was reading all of the correspondence, I felt that this one was a small thing, but I think that as a council, we can actually put a little bit of support to the Lake of Bays. The AMPS system is a method in which we can actually keep and hold accountable some of the building and construction activities. I think that when I was asking what this was, I asked Chief Building Official Alan Shaw what it was, who then also referred me to Manager Bob Nuttall to ask about what this is. As it turns out, a lot of our building inspectors spend a ton of time in court, and that actually takes them away from their actual duties of being a building inspector. Helping with the endorsement of this and getting it to royal assent means that we have helped the building team with enabling yet another tool in their toolkit to keep building and construction businesses and those that construct anything from buildings to houses a little more accountable, because it gives us an opportunity to administer like something similar to like a fee or a penalty if there was something wrong. So I thought that this was a very small thing, but I would really like to change that from a recommendation to be received to a recommendation to be endorsed. And at this point, we are still several steps away from actual implementation, but I think that enabling our building team to have, again, another tool in their toolkit to help them keep accountable the building industry, and something that we can all try and aspire towards and get more shovels in the ground as quickly as possible and build good buildings. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wang. So that recommendation to be endorsed Is there any other discussion on the item that Councillor Wang would like to see endorsed? Seeing none. Should we just amend that by a motion then, Madam Clerk?
We'll amend the correspondence to 510 as to be endorsed.
Okay, all right,
So
that's,
it'll be-
doesn't need a separate motion then.
No, it'll be approved as amended.
Perfect, perfect. Is there any other discussion? Oh, there's Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. Good morning. Item 5.4, how could we ignore and not bring attention to the correspondence from Honorable Raymond Cho, the Minister for Seniors and Accessibility? June is Seniors Month in the province of Ontario. Mayor Horvath, and I know all my colleagues will be interested to know that our seniors kickoff month right here in Hamilton will be on Monday, June 10th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Michelangelo's Banquet Hall. The Seniors Advisory Committee, along with our city staff, mostly coordinated by Manager Lisa Maychuk, and the Hamilton Council on Aging. It's been a wonderful partnership for many, many years here in Hamilton between Seniors Advisory and Hamilton Council on Aging. 70 exhibitors are already signed up for that day of Monday, June 10th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. There's a couple of flyers here that I'll send around to the rest of my colleagues that I just received over the weekend because I inquired about it. They've already expecting about 500 seniors to attend that day. And also, nominations are open, Mayor Horvath, as we speak, until June 28th for the Senior Citizen of the Year Award as well, which typically will take place, I believe, in October, but we'll shore up that date. But if you want to nominate a senior who is most deserving as a volunteer in our community, send them into any of our offices or Manager Lisa Maychuk. Again, open until June the 28th. After all, Mayor Horvath, several terms ago, the Council of the Day, which has stuck right through to this new council, our mission and vision statement is for our city of Hamilton and all of our citizens is the best place to raise a child and age successfully as well. So this is a glorious time to be a senior, to be an older adult in our city, and the number of facilities, programs, services that the municipality provides, I think we're second to none, Mayor Horvath, in the province of Ontario. Very proud of it. And many of our seniors deserve our attention and our support, and hopefully our attendance whenever we can in the month of June. Thank you, Mayor Horvath.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson, much appreciated. I don't see any further discussion on the correspondent, or the communications, so then can I have a vote on this, which was amended, and moved by Councillor Nan and seconded by Councillor Wang? Okay. The vote's up. And that carries 16-0. Thanks very much, everyone. Let's see, we're now on to item 6. Oh, no, we first have to go into the Committee of the Whole. So Councillor Nam, may I have that motion, please, to go into Committee of the Whole?
So moved, Mayor, by myself and seconded by Councillor Spatafora.
Okay, can we have the vote then, please, to go into Committee of the Whole? That carries 16-0. Thanks very much. So we're on to the committee reports. The Selection Committee for Agencies, Boards, and Subcommittees Report 24-002, May 3rd, 2024. Councillor Kassar. May I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Selection Committee report for agencies, boards, and subcommittees?
Of course, it's moved by me, seconded by Vice Chair Councillor Mark Tattison, that the Selection Committee for Agencies, Boards, and Subcommittees Report 24-002, being the meeting held on Friday, May 3rd, 2024, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much. Is there any discussion, any items on the report? Councillor Jackson, or is that from last time? Okay. Seeing no discussion on this report, we'll go straight to the vote. This carries 16 to 0. Thanks, everyone. 6.2 is City Housing Hamilton Corporation Shareholder Report 24-001, May 9th, 2024. Councillor Nan, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the City Housing Hamilton Corporation Shareholders Report?
Certainly, it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Maureen Wilson that the City Housing Hamilton Corporation Shareholders Report 24-001, being the meeting that was held on Thursday, May 9th, 2024, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. Thank you.
Thanks. Any discussion on this report, folks? Seeing none, we will go to the vote. That carries 16 to 0. 6.3, Public Works Committee Report 24-006, May 13th, 2024. Councillor Spatafora, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Public Works Committee report?
Thank you, Mayor. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Maureen Wilson that the Public Works Committee Report 24-006, being the meeting held on Monday, May 13th, 2024, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Okay, thanks so very much. Any discussion on this report, folks? Councillor Jackson?
Mayor Horvath, just want to say I know that some members, volunteer members of my Hampton Park Citizens Committee will be listening in. They were delighted to hear the tentative good news from the unanimous support, which I'm deeply grateful to Chair Spatafora and the Public Works Committee last week. But item 5 is about improvements to Hampton Park on Lupin Avenue, and this will, if ratified today, provide an additional $250,000 so that there'll be a rubberized safety surface installation instead of the wood chips, which will allow more children, especially those that have some form of disability, to be able to enjoy all the new playground and amenities that over the next few months and into next year will be built. So I'm really grateful, and this is all, of course, coming out of the Ward 6 reserves. Thank you, Mayor Horvath.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Any further speakers on the report? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. And that carries 16 to 0. Thanks very much. We're on to the Planning Committee Report 24-007, May 14th, 2024. Councillor Maureen Wilson, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Planning Committee Report?
Certainly. I was in the chair that day, Mayor Horvath, subbing for Councillor Craig Kazar, who was representing Hamilton at the Strong Towns Conference, so thank him for that. It's moved by myself and seconded by Second Vice Chair Tammy Wang that Planning Committee Report 24-007 being the meeting held on Tuesday, May 4th, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much. Is there any discussion on this report by the members? Seeing none, assuming that Councillor Jackson was from last time, or are you on for this one? So no to Jackson, Councillor Jackson, no? Okay, Councillor Clark, please go ahead. Sorry, you're not on the screen, but you are here.
Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity. Just a question with regard to item 7, which is the review of planning permissions to align with council intensification directions. I'm seeking clarification that what we are speaking to are arterial roads and not residential streets where transit travels down.
Through you, Mayor, to the Councillor, Steve Robichaud, Acting General Manager. The Councillor is correct. That review will focus on those transit-oriented arterial roads as opposed to local streets. That is the primary focus of that review. Thank you.
Councillor Clark?
So when I'm reading it, it says all existing nodes, corridors, key intersections, both within a secondary plan. It doesn't really indicate arterial road anywhere. Am I just misunderstanding? It's the definition perhaps of transit corridor? I just need clarification.
Sure, absolutely. Jim Robichaud?
Through you, Madam Mayor, when we speak about a key intersection, we would be referring to, say, Upper Sherman and Stone Church, as opposed to where an arterial and a collector road meet within a neighborhood, such as Paramount Drive would not fall within that local street intersecting with Paramount Drive. It would be more along Mud Street or those other arterial roads that belong to sort of the edge of the neighborhood as opposed to the interior of the neighborhoods, for the purposes of looking at those corridors and intensification opportunities in those areas. As the councillor and council may be aware, we've already done the intensification within the low-density residential areas through the updates to the zoning bylaw that was recently approved by council. The next step is to look at the medium-density and the high-density areas, which are traditionally located at the edge of a neighborhood as opposed to the interior of a neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. And as usual, the director, acting GM, is psychic in his response. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Danko, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. And since I wasn't at Planning Committee for this direction, I believe it was brought forward by Councillor Francis. I'm really pleased to vote in favor today. I think this is an important direction to set for our city, as we've had some secondary plan areas that have historically, legacy secondary plan areas that have historically been used to block or frustrate certain forms of development that are accepted in other areas of the city. So I think it's really important that we're giving official direction to staff to review those secondary plans along the main arterial corridors at least. And some other areas that don't have secondary plans, such as the Upper James Corridor, which is slated for a significant level of future infill development. It'd be great to have a little bit more clarity and official formal planning vision for that corridor. So I'm very much looking forward to the work that's underway and expanding that to those corridors that could use a little bit more formalized vision for what we would like them to look like in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Danko. I don't see anybody else on the list, but if I could pass the chair over to Councillor Nan, please, just for a quick question. And that's on item 8 of this report, which is municipal law enforcement at Pier 4 Parks events. I'm fine to support it, so no problem at all. But I'm just wondering, my understanding is it speaks to a pilot project. That's kind of the language that was utilized. It was this is a pilot, and I'm just trying to figure out what does the pilot encompass? Like, is it just a matter of sending more bylaw enforcement folks there? Is there data that's going to be collected? I'm just trying to figure out exactly what the nature of a pilot project would be in this regard. So if I could turn maybe to GM Robichaud or Acting GM, sorry.
Through the Deputy Mayor to the Mayor. The intent of this motion, which was introduced by the councillor, was to provide for additional MLE officers during an event, and then to be reporting back on that, what occurred during that event. If there were any charges related, was there any infractions of the bylaw? Also to inform on a go-forward basis how this park gets programmed, because there are concerns about how it's being over-programmed, ensuring there's public access and public utilization during these special events. So that is sort of the intent, just to do that monitoring and looking at what is happening in the park, how the city is responding to it, and the fact that in this case, the ward councillor is using additional funds for additional MLE officers to address some of the concerns, as opposed to having MLE officers aware of the event, sort of as part of their normal rollout and when they're starting their shift. But this is just to respond to community concerns about activities occurring in the park with those associated special events. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that explanation. Okay.
Chair's back to you.
Thank you. Thanks so much. So then we don't have any other speakers, I don't think, on this report. So if we could then go to the vote on the Planning Committee report, please. That carries 16-0. Thanks very much. We're on to the General Issues Committee Report 24-009, May 15th, 2024. Councillor Nam, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the General Issues Committee Report? I believe there's also an amendment, so if we could put the motion forward and then we'll go to the amendment.
Certainly, it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McMeekin that the GIC Report 24-009, being the meeting that was held on Wednesday, May 15th, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much. Councillor Kretsch, I believe you have an amendment to item 1 respecting the Goods Movement Strategy, PED 24-049. Can you introduce your amendment, please?
Yeah, it's moved by me and seconded by Councillor Nan. And it's, as we spoke about at the General Issues Committee meeting, getting some language together. And if the acting city clerk doesn't mind putting it up on the screen, I think I'd send something back to her. Just so everybody can see it.
Yay, there it is. Oh, that's not it.
No, it's okay. I'll speak to it a bit before while we're waiting for it to come up on the screen. But essentially, it's ensuring that there are concerns related to equity, public health, the impacts of continued road expansion, and urgency around the city's declared climate crisis be a separate report made because that wasn't included necessarily in the consultant's report. So everyone voiced those concerns. And thanks to Councillor Danko for helping a little bit by saying, look, one of the things we talked about actually was connecting it to this council's term, I'll get this, the term of council priorities. So that was what these things come out from. And so that's also now embedded in the language, is saying that this will relate to the term of council priorities, and it lists those things I mentioned out loud. It's pretty straightforward. It's a summary of what we discussed here. And yeah.
There it is. Thank you.
There it is. I circulated it around. There's been one small change just to say term of council priorities. That's pretty much it.
Okay.
And if it's helpful to know, this language was mainly put together by AGM Robichaud, so thank you for your help. And was helped by Councillor Danko's little amendment at the beginning there. I think it makes sense, but happy for questions or debate.
I don't see any further debate. Councillor Jackson, no? You're the perennial name on this monitor for me today. We'll both have to have patience. Okay, so I don't have any debate on the, Councillor Nam, please.
Not a debate, just a notice of there's a repeat in the items that are listed by commas, impact, something, road expansion. It was just listed twice, that's all.
Okay. So we have the amendment, and it's just a typo or just a, okay. All right, so I don't see any further speakers on the amendment. Councillor Beattie, please go ahead.
Very quickly, I'm going to support the amendment. I just wanted to put on the public record that I'm having trouble articulating in my mind, and I've asked the mover, and I've had conversations with various staff members, but I'm having trouble articulating the what next when this report comes back. And I'm throwing it out there. I can come back to this video years from now, and maybe there's no reason for me bringing this up. Maybe there will be.
Putting a marker out there.
I'm putting a marker out there. I'm just struggling with what happens next. And I think we should be asking ourselves that question more and more as we ask staff to go back and bring us these reports. Okay, what next? So I'm throwing that out there, Mayor. Going to support it, but I'm hesitant.
Thanks very much, Councillor Beattie. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I ask staff, how would you define equity when it comes to the truck route?
Through Madam Mayor to the councillor. So there is a 2022 report that identified the elements that the city staff would be reporting back in terms of as it related to the truck route. So in terms of my mind, equity would be looking at, is there a disproportionate impact on one community over another part of the city as a result of the truck route? And could that be mitigated either through realignments to the truck route, or what changes or what mitigation measures could be put in place to deal with that? So for example, we know that currently Barton Street is heavily used through Lower Stony Creek as a truck route, which will impact the adjacent future residential community on the opposite side of Barton Street. It is planned, though, the Arvin Avenue extension, which would then be the new truck route, and that would minimize the impacts on those existing homeowners on Barton Street by relocating the truck route to the future Arvin Avenue. So we'd be looking at, in terms of, is one community getting a disproportionate impact because of the nature of the industrial areas and how heavy vehicles are moving from point A to point B, and what are those alternatives? And or would that be a shift then, so that you, if there are air quality concerns in one area, are you just shifting that to another area so that they have an impact? So it can't sort of be it has to be looking at both the current situation, the previous situation based on the data sets that we have from the air quality monitoring work that's been done, and then what would be the anticipated impacts of a future shift in that truck route. So it would be looking at it from those lenses and not saying that one is better than the other, but just having an understanding of looking at all of the impacts, much like when we used to talk about triple bottom line from social, economic, and environmental considerations, and bringing all of those considerations to the table and saying, is one alternative preferable over another alternative for these reasons? Or where do we wish to place the emphasis on? Is it on an economic lens, or is it an air quality, environmental lens, or is it a social lens in terms of what does it mean for a community to have a truck route essentially bisecting that community? The worst, you don't, right now we have a situation where the park is on one side of the road and have houses on the other side of the road, and it's bisected by a truck route. Is that a desirable situation and an equitable situation for those people who have to cross essentially a truck route to get to the park? Looking at those sorts of considerations. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. I don't see any further discussion on this amendment. So can we then go to the vote, please? The amendment carries 16 to 0. Can I now see if there's any other desire for folks to speak to the balance of the report that's in front of us? We have Councillor Jackson.
This time, yes. Other times, no. This time, yes. Thank you, Mayor Horvath. I'm not here to monopolize, but there's 5 items on this agenda. So I'll go chronologically if you wish. I'll stop after each one, just in case others wish to
Sure, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Item 2, the encampment observation report. I'm supportive. I'm not going to get into the long dissertation I gave at committee last week, but staff recommended A and B. I'm deeply grateful to Councillor Danko's amendment of C, which I seconded, that staff include in their report back to the General Issues Committee on June 19th, the needs and impacts that the encampment protocols had on neighborhoods, and I would put slash in there, those that are housed within the vicinity and perimeter of where encampments have occurred. And I think since last summer, when the encampment protocol was approved by a majority of council, Mayor Horvath, I think 8 months later, the C part, which my Ward 8 colleague prudently, in my opinion, brought forward, is because staff had just recommended A and B. And I think the C part demonstrates there's a large group in our city that have either been dismissed and or ignored, or when complaints have come in about concerns they've had at tent locations, specifically in neighborhood parks. It's, yes, staff to their credit from interdepartmental responses have sent their teams out to see what they can do, but the overall consultation with those that are housed within the neighborhoods of which they once enjoyed and now have some consternation, concerns over attending with families and with children. I'm glad the C part is there because that will give us, in my opinion, Mayor Horvath, a more balanced feedback in terms of what exactly is happening in our community and let the segment of our taxpayers who are housed know that they're not forgotten. So I'm supportive of 2 as it's written before us now. And I'll stop there before my next item. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Okay, I have Councillor Clark. Is that for this item or something else, Councillor Clark? Okay, I don't see anybody else indicating that. Oh, Councillor Crutch, please.
Thanks, just be brief. I'm going to support these amendments, all of them, just because I don't think it's really worth our time to try and wade through the semantics of what's going on and the different language that's being used. I think that we'll wait to see what staff do when they report back, and I'll comment on it then. I think what I heard staff say was that they're going to report back on, they're going to take a lot of the aggregate information they already have presented, some in the appendices, some in the report, some information that may have not come forward already, put that in another report and bring it forward. Okay, that seems like a fine activity to be doing. I just want to say that also I know that there's a lot going on with encampments, especially in Ward 2. And I just hope that we're not setting up this conversation for, making it seem like the encampment protocol is causing our housing crisis. Encampments are a direct symptom of the housing crisis, and the encampment protocol is the City of Hamilton's attempt, flawed as it may be in parts, fine, to attempt to manage the crisis while we wait for other levels of government to step up and address that crisis. So I just don't want to get it conflated that it's something else is going on here. The encampment protocol itself is not causing something to happen. It's an opportunity for us to try and manage as best we can. I'll leave it there.
Okay, is there any further debate on the item 2? No? Okay, so then we'll go on to your next on your list, Councillor Jackson.
Thank you. I am still on the list. Thanks, Mayor Horvath. Item 4, this is a good news report. I want to thank Director Cynthia Graham for bringing this forward. Dovetailing on the earlier discussion we just had, cleanup protocol for private property. I've had a number of times where private property has had leftover debris and garbage, unfortunately, the odd broken shopping cart left. And so I'm deeply grateful that Director Cynthia Graham and her team have listened. I'm sure I wasn't the only member of council bringing these complaints forward near and abutting private property, and this $150,000 with a part-time FTE will help in terms of providing cleanup primarily for individual homeowners and in small business areas. So I just want to say how grateful I am for item 4. Thank you, Mayor Horvath.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. Anybody else on item 4? Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you. Apologies to my colleagues as I forgot to ask this question at GIC. On item 4, I just would like some clarity from staff. The request is for an additional 0.5 FTE for up to 24 months. But there is going to be a consideration of a permanent program for the 2025 operating budget. So I'm just trying to understand the relationship between the time that's going to be given for the runway of the pilot and then the time that staff will be coming forward in advance of the conclusion of that pilot. If I could just kind of understand that sequence better. Thank you.
General Manager Can, please.
Yeah, through the chair to the councillor, Carl Can, General Manager, Public Works. Director Graham and her team will be working with the encampment team when requests come in for additional cleanup on properties that are adjacent to known encampments. As we progress through this work and we record, I guess, the work that we do and the level of effort and the number of times that we're asked to go out to the various sites, we're going to start to build that into our 2025 budget. At the end of the pilot period, we're going to have a wholesome report on how we move forward and recommendations of staff. I know Director Graham's actually in the building and on our way down, but if there's any additional questions, we're happy to answer that.
Councillor Wilson?
Thank you. I am, just to be clear, I am supportive of the action. I'm just trying to understand the interface between the runway of the pilot and the shorter timeline of the budget request. And it's still unclear to me. if a budget request is coming forward in 2025 in advance of that pilot, I thought normally the pilot information and the experience and data gathered during that pilot informs what the budget ask may or may not be. And that's still my confusion. I don't want to hold up a decision on it, but I think the timeline is respectfully not jiving. Thank you.
Through the chair to the councillor, Director Graham's just entering chambers. Really, I think the timing, there's a bit of overlap, and you're absolutely correct about that. We are trying, when we enter the budget process and period, we'll always try to estimate as best as we can. So giving the historical number of cleanups that we may or may not have encountered, the monies that we spent to date, we can then maybe extrapolate for what the rest of the year would look like, so that at the end of the year, we're not left with a large variance, and therefore there's a negative light on it. But Director Graham is in the chambers, and I believe, and at the end of the bench. And if you would like to add anything more.
So thanks, GM Can. Director Graham, do you understand the question that's being asked? I saw your colleagues trying to fill you in there. If you would like, I'm sure Councillor Wilson would be prepared to ask again so that you have a clear understanding of the question.
Through the chair, Cynthia Graham, Director of Environmental Services. So my understanding of the question is the piece about up to 24 months, is that because the work will be done by then, or what's the deal with the 24-month parameter? Is that the question?
Go ahead, please, Councillor Wilson, for the clarification.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Graham, for this. I'm just trying to make sure I understand the sequence. The pilot is for 24 months to see whether the allotment of funds is sufficient, what further needs may or may not arise. But the budget ask will be coming in advance of the conclusion of the 24 months. So I'm just trying to understand that. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Graham.
Chair. So the $150,000 was our best guess of what the cost might be. Because we haven't done this work before, we don't really know what we're going to be up against. The 24 months was in respect to the vehicle, because we do know that rentals are the solution at the moment until we can get a vehicle that we can own. So the 24-month is related to the vehicle rental as opposed to the program being a pilot. The report outlined that the funding approved would be for 2024, with the full cost of the permanent program being included in the 2025 operating budget to make the program permanent.
Councillor Wilson? Thanks, Director Graham. That cleared things up. Appreciate that. Okay, so we were on that item, which is item 4. Is there any further discussion on item 4? Councillor Clark?
Thank you, Mayor. Can I ask of staff, what is the scope of this recommendation? Says staff be directed to complete a competitive procurement for private property cleanups. What's the scope for private property cleanups?
Director Graham?
Through the chair, so it would be having a contractor attend a location that isn't city property with staff and equipment to be able to remove debris and articles related to encampment impacts. We have a contractor that is of similar scope, but the scope of work for that contractor is for city properties only. Our intent is to use similar parameters for this new competitive procurement, but specify that it would be working on properties that are not city-owned, that would be vetted and reviewed, but private property.
Councillor Clark?
So Mayor, can I suggest then that after it says for private property cleanups, that it would indicate due to encampment activity? Because it's very vague the way it is currently written, and it could be any private property that has piles of trash. Is that a friendly amendment? Is that acceptable
Well,
to
it's a
staff?
staff report, so I would.
Through
look
the
to
chair, I don't think there's a concern with that. We do have, as Appendix A, the criteria that would have to be met in order to qualify for the cleanup, but the additional language in the recommendation would be fine.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It just makes it much clearer.
Okay, and so do we want to put that on the screen, or do people understand what is happening there? We're all good? Okay, I think we'll include that amendment. And we'll continue on. I have Councillor Pauls. Is it on the same item, Councillor Pauls? Yes. Okay, please go ahead.
I'm just wondering, I know this is great news that we're doing that. I'm just wondering if, I know it's to pick up trash, needles, whatever. What about if a fence is backing into the park and there's graffiti all over the fence and it's caused by some encampment? Would that include that?
Through the chair, there is already a program through municipal law enforcement to assist residents with graffiti cleanup. So I think our first course of action would be to identify that there is graffiti, that it's beyond the capabilities of the homeowner to address that graffiti, and then work through that program. If there was additional pressures, I think we would, as staff, take a look at that and see how we could assist that resident if it was directly related to the encampments.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pauls. Now, I don't see anybody else on the list for this item. So I would just, I think Councillor Jackson had 2 more items that he wanted to raise, 3 more items. Can I just ask Councillor Jackson what item Councillor Clark wanted to raise, and so we can just do them in sequence? So if his is, do you mind? You're very generous. Oh, Clerk Pilon, please.
Could we deal with the amendment first?
The
that
amendment
was put forward
to this
to
item?
the item. It was a friendly amendment?
It was a friendly amendment, the language, or is that something that you're worried about? We're at your disposal there, clerks, because we need to know what you need us to do.
We can list it as a friendly amendment.
Okay. All right, are we okay? Because if you want some clarification on that, that's fine. We're okay? All right, excellent. So, Councillor Clark, can I ask what item it was, if you don't mind? Item 12, okay. So, Councillor Jackson, I'm back to you, and we'll see how far we get. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor Horvath. Carry on chronologically. Item 8, I want to highlight 3 sections of the tax policies and area rating that we're finally ratifying for 2024. D, E, and F, just good news stories, Mayor Horvath. I'll start with F, that the senior 65-plus tax rebate program be continued for this year. I think now a senior who's 65 and older lives in their home. There's a market value assessment threshold. I can't remember what it is, might be $400,000 or $500,000. There's an income threshold, but we have nearly, and so what seniors will get when they meet those thresholds, living in their home still, 65 up, will get something like a $230 rebate from the municipality, and I think that's wonderful. It's been in place about 20 years. We were one of the first municipalities to do it, so very proud of council's past and carrying on with this term of council, hopefully with this ratification. I think approximately 4,000 seniors across our city have are registered in the program. So for you and I, $230 may not mean a lot, but every dollar for those on limited disposable income, many of them living isolated alone, it goes a long way to allowing them to stay in their homes instead of being institutionalized. So I'm very proud of that. And D&E, Mayor Horvath, came about 4 or 5 years ago, along with Halton and Ottawa. We are one of 3 municipalities in Ontario. These are tax deferral programs for seniors and low-income persons with disabilities. So if a senior or someone on low income with disability wishes to stay in their home, but they just can't afford the property taxes anymore, they can stay in their home and get on our deferral tax program. And so let's say they're 65, 20 years from now, they've departed from this earth. At the time of the estate selling, the city would recoup its money for those 20 years that they did not have to pay property taxes. There is a small interest charge as well. But again, I'm very grateful to councils past and this term of council to maintain this program, one of 3 municipalities in Ontario that allows, again, many seniors to stay in their homes, and that day when they're no longer in their homes, then the family, when upon selling the estate, the city can recoup the property taxes at that time. I'm just really proud of this council, hopefully carrying on these 3 programs. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. I did steal that idea for a platform once, I'll just have you know. But I don't know if there's anybody else on those particular items. I don't see anybody else on those particular items. Now, are you still on to another item, Councillor Jackson? 2 more? Okay. Please go ahead.
All right, stop looking at me, everyone.
You're just a keener today,
I
Councillor
don't do this all the time. Item 12, for me, I didn't want to debate item 12. I'm respectful of others that may wish to. I just want a separate vote on item 12. And lastly, Mayor Horvath, item 17, if we're not going to go in camera for it, if we're not, I would like a separate vote on 17 as well, about the litigation. Okay, that's it for me.
Okay, that's
Thank you.
great. So we will have a separate vote on 12 then, and item 12 is the item that Councillor Clark wanted to speak to. So Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you. Can I ask staff how we assess residents' ability to pay?
James Garrick, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Mike Scarrett, General Manager, Finance Corporate Services. The city participates, as does a number of municipalities, in a tax competitiveness study. That tax competitiveness study examines the tax burden as well as user fee burden of municipalities relative to household income. And that has been our traditional measure as it relates to ability to pay.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you for that, Mayor. May I ask, if this recommendation is to proceed, will we be assessing the ability of residents to pay these additional taxes or fees?
James Garrick.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that would form part of the report back, recognizing that some of these measures may affect residents, other measures may affect users of certain amenities, such as parking lots. And in some cases, we would look to try to identify whether or not, for instance, a land transfer tax would affect a current resident or a future resident as well.
And thank you. And with regards to the land transfer tax, there is a provincial one. So this would be strictly for the municipality, to be fair, please?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, similar to City of Toronto, where City of Toronto has the authority to impose a land transfer tax that is in addition to the province's authority.
Thank you.
Councillor Clark?
So the last question that I would have, and then a really quick comment. Do we need to include in this resolution that staff will be assessing the residents' ability to pay these increased taxes and fees?
I don't know that that would be a response that from GM Zagaric, if you wanted to further clarify or identify that that's the case. I think GM Zagaric made it pretty clear that that's what the plan was, but GM Zagaric?
Through the chair, if it's the will of council to ensure that that is referenced, we can either receive that as direction or through a motion.
Thank you for that. I would like to have that included, Mayor. I know that we are part of that competitive tax review on an annualized basis, but any increases in new taxes and fees, we should be asking staff to consider the implications of those taxes and whether or not residents have the ability to pay. So the motion would be to have staff assess the ability to pay for residents on these new taxes, if there is a seconder.
Okay, so you're amending the motion before us to have an additional,
I believe that's what you asked me.
to have an additional clause
Correct.
that would be, so I don't know whether that's a friendly amendment to the mover of the motion, no? Okay, so we have the amendment on the floor then from Councillor Clark. Do we have an understanding of what that amendment is? Can we put it on the screen for people to see? It is that that staff provide an evaluation of ability to pay in the report back on the taxes, on the
I don't have a seconder at the
report
moment,
back.
Mayor.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Clark. Is there a seconder for Councillor Clark's motion? All right, I don't see a seconder, so in that case, we'll rely on the direction that staff said that they will be following regardless.
I
Okay,
appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
thank you, Councillor Clark. There you go, you can erase that one now. Thanks very much. Okay, so is there any further then discussion on this item, which we will be pulling out for a separate vote? Councillor Pauls, please.
Thank you. I just want to, number 12, the revenue source defined council priority. I did vote for it, but as I was reading further, I'm really concerned about B, that therefore, that it says that the staff be directed to include the following in the report back, and I want a report back, but I don't like the I that says the steps necessary to action and implement the model. I think I need to know more before I implement the model, so I'll be voting no because of that. But I do appreciate Councillor Wilson bringing that up, that we need to find resources for taxes, but because of that, I will be voting no. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pauls. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, very supportive of this motion. Things like user fees, sales taxes, things like that are ways to lower the average levy that someone's paying. We're talking about new fees to shift the burden. So folks who are having maybe a higher impact on the system, using roads, using different services, these are new revenue tools to reduce the amount that we're funding our budget from taxes. So as we're having conversations about new taxes, ability to pay, things like that, I just think it's important we keep in mind the function that this is having and the fact that the desire of bringing in these new revenue tools is to reduce our reliance on property taxes as a revenue tool to balance our budget. Just wanted to make sure that that's my understanding. So maybe just seeking clarification that that's what this is all about.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Wilson. Councillor McMeekin.
Thanks, Your Worship. Just a couple of observations. First of all, I appreciate what Councillor Alex Wilson just said about shifting how revenues are collected. There are fundamentally in any business or in any level of government two issues that we need to struggle with. One is the whole issue of spending. And I think Councillor Spatafor and a couple of others made some points about the need to do a deep dive audit on some of that. I don't have a problem with that, but the other side is revenue, and so often we, particularly municipally, we don't invest as much time talking about revenue as we need to do, in my opinion. I would just quickly observe, after Councillor Paul's comment, there's no reference to, in fact, implementing any of these things. It's simply to get a report back about what it would take to do so. And council, in its infinite wisdom or folly, would then have to make a decision on that. I do want to speak generically, Your Worship, on the three things that were listed, and there were a couple of others that we had mused about. A share of sales tax, a share of HST, which may be a better way of attracting senior levels of government's consideration of support for municipalities, particularly if it could be a dedicated fund, i.e. Climate change, municipal infrastructure, housing, whatever the designation would be. I want to speak specifically, though, to the tiered land transfer tax, and just to whatever extent it may allay or excite criticism. I think if we were to move in that direction, currently Toronto is the only municipality that has the legal jurisdiction to charge a land transfer tax, and they raise about, I think last time I checked, about 1.4 billion, which is about 20% of what they raise on property taxes. But it's different. That tax doesn't hit existing property owners or people who are buying a first home, or potentially seniors who are downsizing. That was another thing that came up. It would apply to people who are investing more or less. I think Councillor Marine talked about investment in housing and housing units, where the tax would apply to the person or persons purchasing a home, not those selling the home. When one sells principal residences, Madam Mayor, there's no capital gains on that, so it would reflect the same kind of guiding principle. So moving ahead would not be penalizing any existing homeowner unless they were investing in a bigger place, I guess. And I think that's a really important distinction. The simple truth is we're at a crossroads here. And I think any land transfer tax would tick a lot of people off, particularly in the real estate industry. But that having been said, that doesn't make it the wrong thing to do. If we've got problems, immense fiscal problems that we're, after we do the audit, to make sure we're talking the same set of numbers, we need to find ways to fund those things. And I can think, and I'm going to speak a little later about some of the news that's been in the press lately about the arts sector struggling. We get all kinds of time and energy to invest in the entertainment complex, but we may be seeing things like Theatre Aquarius go down the tubes. That would be a shame. Anyhow, I just want to say that if you're buying a home, you'd have the privilege of contributing to your beloved municipality or future municipality, but you wouldn't be hitting existing homeowners. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horwath. I would like to speak to this. Just two things, though, to clarify off the bat. The whole point is that property taxes do not respect our ability to pay. We have a great number of people living in our communities that may be equity rich but are income poor. And so this is seeking to address that these measures would apply to people who have an ability to pay, or it would respect. The fact is that property taxes don't respect our ability to pay. And we know, as it's been demonstrated by staff and the competitive tax policy report we receive annually, is that the people in Hamilton, with the very least, are disproportionately paying the most for property taxes, primarily renters. And to my good colleague, Councillor Pauls, I hear you, but I just need to assure you that there is no implementation. What staff would be reporting back was, do we have the jurisdiction? What would it require in terms of any jurisdictional change to move forward? So in voting yes, it is not a yes to implementation. It's a yes to information. But I would, it seems like there is a time and a place for Aaron Sorkin, and this seems like one of those times. 10-word answers can kill you in politics. So apparently we are tired of complexity and fulsomeness and telling of hard truths that no one wants to hear. So we've actually gone even further. Not even 10 words, we're down to 3 words. build more homes, cut red tape, axe the tax, no new taxes. But we have to talk about the truth with our residents. Because when we're saying no new taxes, it's assuming that your costs are going to be static today and in the years to come. And we know that is not the case. Hospitals, they've been asking us for money, and these costs are to be paid from property taxes. And back in November, we were told that the municipal share of funding was pegged at $462 million. And our staff put a placeholder of 1%, a 1% tax increase of $12 million a year for 38.5 years. That will be paid off of property taxes that do not respect your ability to pay. Our asset management plans, which we are required under regulation to complete. Every municipality has, and in an older industrialized center such as ours, we know we have a crisis looming. Our asset management plans completed to date are telling us we need to come up with $4 billion. That's not a static cost. With a B. And let me go to something that we haven't discussed yet. Every municipality was required by regulation to come up with a community safety and well-being plan. And the 6 priorities identified through thorough consultation in this community were hate incidents, violence, mental health and stigmatization, substance use, homelessness, access to income. Let me focus in on 2 of those. Violence and substance use. Last week at the Grants Committee, we heard from Sasha. They're telling us that violence against women is an epidemic, and this council unanimously declared gender violence to be an epidemic. But the province of Ontario has provided $0 for that plan. We've received some federal money, but that constitutes an unfunded mandate. So let me just jump for a moment to the following.
Okay, you're at 5, just so you know, you're at 5. So I'll give you a bit of leeway, but.
Thank you. During the COVID pandemic, Ontario introduced policies that permitted alcohol takeout and delivery, alcohol sales and service on docked boats, lower minimum alcohol fees, extended hours for alcohol sales in groceries and stores. And in 2019, Ontario passed legislation that gave cities the authority to permit alcohol consumption in public parks, and the province may allow convenience stores, gas stations, grocery stores in Ontario to sell beer. And in 2021, Ontario reduced wholesale alcohol prices to help businesses. And in 2022, Ontario delayed the basic beer tax increase to 2023 to support beer brewers. That is fine. That's within their full jurisdiction and right to do so. And I'm not here to debate that at all. But when we declare a unanimous statement that intimate partner violence has reached epidemic proportions, please note that the #1 victim of alcohol abuse are women. Violence. You can't tell me that you support women. You can't tell me that you're sympathetic to Sasha and then say we don't want to know what percentage, what money could be garnered, just like we get money from a gas tax. What if all municipalities in Ontario got a percentage of alcohol sales to fund these unfunded mandates and the consequences that come from it? I would certainly like to enable our very well-skilled representatives on AMO and FCM and our mayor to at least have that information and have those conversations. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Kassar, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. I wasn't here at GIC last week, so I just wanted to share some comments. I'm fully supportive of the motion that Councillor Maureen Wilson put forth and the comments just shared here. I won't repeat everything, but just a couple comments. Of course, we are trying to reduce the burden on residential taxpayers. That's the whole point of this. I heard comments in the press that were made around, we just need to focus on savings and efficiencies. As Councillor Wilson just pointed out, you can't save your way out of an unfunded $4 billion capital funding need. We have a deficit growing of more than $200 million a year. You can't save your way out of that. Yeah, we should always be looking at efficiencies. How do we be more effective? But we need new revenue. That's what this motion is about. And I also heard comments around we just need to be fiscally responsible. As Councillor McMeekin pointed out, there are two parts to that at a high level. There's spending and there's also revenues. So part of being fiscally responsible is finding the necessary revenues to actually run the city and to catch up on all the capital spending, roads and rec centers and parks and everything else. So I applaud the motion being brought forward to examine opportunities. We are not being supported fully by other levels of government. So we're taking action to do it ourselves. It's a very necessary step, and we have a decision point when we get a report back. We'll have a look at it, what's there, what makes sense. We're not making a decision on actions, but getting more information, very, very important, and I fully support. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Kassar. Councillor Spatafora, please.
I didn't know I was on the list, Mayor, but you know what? I'll take this opportunity to maybe.
I'll take it away.
No. I'll keep
You're
my
on
5 minutes now. Thank you. Yeah, that was me that made those comments about savings and fiscal responsibility and all that fun stuff. Yeah, I think that asking the province to allow us to tax certain things, I guess we can twist it and say that, well, that's just what we're supposed to do. It's the right thing to do. I think we overspend. And I know everybody wants to use this term of council priorities to be the reason to box me into every decision I'm going to make. It's not going to happen anymore.
So can I just ask Councillor Spatafora that you don't project motive onto your colleagues in terms of boxing you in or, trying to, I think that's not actually
Oh, okay. Well, I just,
good form.
interesting.
And use the word twisting as well. I don't think that's a good way to describe it either.
Interesting. Okay, no problem, Mayor. Thanks for that. So, moving forward, the unanimous council priority term that's used by many people around here, many of my colleagues, that every decision is pretty much, at least in my opinion, Mayor, my personal opinion, the decision's made. We voted 2 years ago or 20 months ago to accept the council priorities, and that's how you have to vote. And I will say clearly here today, for me, if someone wants to make that comment, take me out of it. Say the majority of council minus Council Spatafora. I'm okay with that because it seems like there's only one way of doing things, and that's fine. But I don't need to be a part of that. At the end of the day, what I said last Wednesday, I'll say again today. Before we look at new taxes, not new revenues, new taxes, let's look at what we can do internally to curb our spending, make sure we're efficient in every department, and do it in a holistic internal way, not consultants, Councillor Taddison, internal. And let's make sure that everybody is doing the best they can for the everyday taxpayer. So just again, on the record, it was me that said, let's save money first and watch where we spend. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spatafora. Councillor Clark, please. I think your second time on this one?
Yes, I
Okay.
didn't make any comments, Mayor, so I'd just like to make them now, and I'll be very brief. I'm not going to support the recommendation. I've heard comments that this is meant to offset property taxes. There's nothing in the recommendation that indicates that any increase in taxes in these areas is going to offset property taxes. This is on top of property taxes. These are new taxes, these are new fees that are being suggested. And the other challenge that I have, Mayor, is that the majority of council continues to take on responsibilities that are supposed to be provincial in nature. And Mayor, you've been struggling with this with the Premier from when you were at Queen's Park to where you are today. And the challenge is that the province is simply ignoring municipalities and is not providing funding. I recall seeing much higher funding on roads and bridges. That was a part of our asset management. We don't see that anymore. We see money funding out, coming out for capital for transit. The rural and northern folks, they get the money for the bridges and roads. The urban folks, increase your taxes. Incredibly unfair, but that's the world that we're living in. And I could go on the homeless file. The amount of money that we're spending on homelessness, which is supposed to be provincially funded, they're paying $29 million while we're paying in excess of $80 million and hundreds of millions of dollars trying to build new affordable housing, which we still don't have them coming to the table for, and it's supposed to be their responsibility. I could go down the list in our department. So I have real challenges when we start to accept that the stealthful downloading is now our responsibility. And as a result, we're going to look at not only increasing property taxes at record amounts, but we're also going to increase new taxes and new fees. Regrettably, at this time, I can't support the motion that is before us. Thank you for the time, Mayor.
Thanks so much, Councillor Clark. Councillor Danko, please, and then Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll be brief. I'm glad we are having this discussion because the services that we provide obviously cost money, and taxes are a challenge for residents. Cost of living is a real challenge for residents. So I'm glad we're having that discussion about revenue sources. I'm glad we're having a discussion about potential savings and opportunities to find efficiencies. But I will put a point on the record that it's May. So June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February. That's 9 months till we finalize our budget. So I'm very much looking forward to all the efficiencies and savings that are going to come forward in the next 9 months so that we don't end up in a situation where we get to finalizing the capital and the operating budget and individuals around this table just say, well, I can't support this, I'm opposed, but not doing the work in the meantime to actually actualize all those savings that are to be had throughout our $2 billion a year corporation. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Danko. Councillor Wang, please.
Councillor Danko actually said all the things I wanted to say. The fact is, we need this information in order for us to make good, prudent fiscal decisions in time for our next budget. And we don't have this information because this is information we've never had access to before. We have never had information about a land tiered land transfer tax. We've never had information on what is the opportunity for an alcohol or sales tax. The fact is, in order for us to make good, fiscally responsible decisions, we need this information. So I am very happy to support this motion moving forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wang. Councillor Kretsch, and then Councillor Tedison. Go ahead, Councillor Kretsch.
Thanks. I support this for a number of reasons. The most obvious one being that it's a report back. It's a report back. And we're going to hear from staff about what the options are. We talk a lot about, and have talked a lot about, in Hamilton's entire history, about feeling second or third or 15th in some ways. And we have looked to, whether it's uncomfortable to say this or not, we have looked to the City of Toronto in envious ways sometimes and said to ourselves, Why do they have the luxury of having the Toronto Act, which allows them to do things like have land transfer taxes? Why do they get to do and have other revenue tools to support what they're doing, but we don't have the ability to do that? Or we're never going to get the ability to do these kinds of things if we don't ask the question first of ourselves about how that will work. And then secondly, ask the province if we can have some of these revenue generating tools. And to the points that were made earlier, this is absolutely about trying to come up with a more comprehensive, thoughtful, and variegated, to use plant words, set of tax tools to meet the ongoing challenges we're facing as a municipality. The challenges that the province of Ontario has put us in. So yes, it's going to be maybe a difficult discussion or a tough report back to read, or some folks may not support it, but not supporting the report back to ask the question to me doesn't make sense. I think we just get the information, have the discussion. I think we're in a series of overlapping financial crises, and we have to be looking at every tool we can in that revenue generation toolbox to help us.
Thanks, Councillor Crutch. Councillor Tattison, please.
I'll be supporting this with reluctance. And the reluctance is not in the intent. The reluctance is in concerns for my staff, because we already have motions out there that I put forth about consultants. I have not heard anything back about that. I want to know where that stands. And the mover is always concerned about how busy we are tasking staff with things to do. So I guess, is this a point where I could ask the bench, where are we in terms of, your ability to get this down within the timeline based on other tasks that we've also asked?
Thanks, Councillor Tattison. Jim Zagaric, please.
Through the chair, I can confirm that Councillor Maureen Wilson did consult with staff with respect to achieving the timeline, and staff did advise that we can achieve the timeline set out in the motion.
Councillor Tattison.
So would it be my fault for not putting a timeline on my consultant's motion? And am I naive and being taken advantage of as a first-year, guy who's just trusting everybody?
Oh, Councillor Tattison, please don't suggest that people are taking advantage of you, whether it be staff or
I
whether
will
it be...
retract that statement, and that was a
Thank
motion,
you.
not my right side of my brain. Thank you.
Do you still have the floor?
So just again, I just want to ask if we can make these timelines, are other things falling off the table on the side?
Thanks, Councillor Tattison. Jim Zagaric?
Through the chair, no. So staff will work towards a report back to the best of our ability, as comprehensive as possible, given that we will be developing this information as a first time as it relates to these revenue tools. And so we will strive to prepare that report for the last quarter of this year. And if there are any gaps, then we will note those gaps in our report back.
Thank you. And I guess if I would just may suggest that if all municipalities had these tools, I think that would probably be the way to go for the province. And if this can start that discussion, I'm in full support of it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tattison. Councillor Francis, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. I just want to say, folks keep bringing up the fact that, what are we doing during this budget process to lower the levy impact? Take a look at the voting record. We've gone over many spending items over the past two budget processes. There's 10-6 votes, there's 9-7 votes, there's 8-8 votes. This is a regular occurrence on many spending items here. So I don't want to hear that we're not doing that work. We have done that work. We've had many spending items before us that we've been voting against consistently, and the record will show that. So I don't want anyone here saying that we're not looking at efficiencies. We have been looking at efficiencies, and we've been turned down at every corner. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Francis. I anticipate a very vigorous budget discussion over the next several months. I appreciate the debate. If I could hand the chair over briefly to Councillor Nan.
Certainly, go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to say the conversation around the table has been really important and really constructive and really instructive. And I think that it's really clear that we are frustrated, reflecting on Councillor Clark's comments, but also we feel a little bit powerless in terms of how do we, with all of these major factors that we're facing, how do we actually make a difference in our community and do it in a way that's respectful of the people that foot the bill. I think that the attempt here is to look at what all of the possibilities could be and get information back as to the impacts of those, the potential impacts of those on Hamiltonians, as well as the whether or not these items or what it would take to implement one or any of these items. The final discussion in that regard, though, is not right now. This motion really is about let's get some information, and I would just say this and I think this is what Councillor Taddison was getting at, and I agree with him. By having a motion like this before us, by saying very clearly that we are unable to maintain the kinds of services and programs that our people of this city deserve because of the absence of other levels of government, which is what Councillor Clark and others were talking about. The fact of the matter is just having this here and passing it forward sends a message to those other levels of government, which is we just can't do this anymore. We need you to be serious about the responsibility that you have to Ontarians and Canadians who are also Hamiltonians. And that's why I'm going to be supporting this, because I think first of all, information is never a bad thing, and I think it's incumbent upon us to look at these things, but also to send that message very clearly to the other orders of government that as they continue to withdraw, and we step into the breach because we're concerned about how people are faring in our great city, they should be receiving that message, and they should be hearing it loudly and clearly. So thanks very much, Councillor Nan. I'll take that chair back. So we have item 12 before us. Actually, we have the balance of the report, and I just wanted to follow up on Councillor Jackson that yes, in fact, we will be going on 17 in camera, because I think that discussion wasn't completed at the GIC meeting. So Councillor Taddison, did you have another item?
I did. It was for item 7. Basically, the Accessibility Committee for Persons with Disabilities report. And it was noted in that meeting that the correspondence from Director Cousins-Heath, the Transit Division, respecting the HSR Fare Assist program and cancellation of the temporary no pay program and the temporary voluntary pay program be received and referred to the Accessible Transit Services Review Committee. And I just would like to let staff know that I would like to have that meeting, the ATS subcommittee meeting, in the near future in order to timely deal with this issue as it's coming to a deadline. And I think there's sentiment around the chambers that we probably need to possibly extend the temporary no pay program until we get a report back from staff, as opposed to just canceling it without that report. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Taddison. Appreciate that. I expect you'll be reaching out to staff as well. All right, thank you. Okay, so on the balance of this report,
Separate vote was asked for item 12.
I just wanted to know if there's any further comments or questions or remarks on the rest of the report before we go to the votes. Seeing none. Okay, so we're going to start then with the one item that was pulled from for a separate vote, the one we were really just discussing, which is item 12. So item 12 is before us for a separate vote. Please cast your votes. That carries 10 to 6. Thanks very much. So then on the balance of the report, can we go to the balance of the GIC committee report moved by Councillor Nan and seconded by Councillor McMeekin? No, item C17 just gets referred to the, I think it's in the agenda as being referred, right? Okay, thank you. So on this, yeah. That carries 16 to 0. Thanks very much. We're on to item 6.6, Audit, Finance, and Administration Committee Report, 24-010, May 16, 2024. Councillor Wang, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Audit, Finance, and Administration Committee Report?
Yes, Mayor, moved by myself, seconded by Vice Chair Mike Spadafora, that Audit, Finance, Administration Committee Report 24-010, being the meeting held on Thursday, May 16th, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much. Is there any discussion on this report? Councillor Jackson, please.
I know you probably rolled your eyes, Mayor Horvath,
No, I
but
didn't.
anyways, on item.
Councillor Clark taught me never to do that again.
You may
Please
do,
go ahead.
you may do that with Ward 6 when you need to. Thanks, Mayor Horvath. Item 5, I am supporting the grant subcommittee report, which at least allows some of the monies to start flowing. Obviously, I shared at grant subcommittee some of my consternation. And I'm very pleased, Mayor Horvath, with A, Roman numeral 9, the very last paragraph. And this was through the leadership of our chair, Councillor Nan, that staff be directed to report back with recommended appeals process for the City Enrichment Fund and additional funding that may be required for the July 3rd grant subcommittee meeting. I wish that meeting was sooner, but everybody's schedules are busy, and above all, staff have a yeoman's task in front of them. Not that they haven't for the last 8-10 months putting together the initial report. So just to be crystal clear, Mayor Horvath, staff are our staff led by our acting director, Jessica Chase, and people like her special advisor, Andrea Carvello, and others are in an unenviable task. $13 million worth of requests from the community, over 400 needy organizations across all sectors of our society and community needing funding, and council has offered up $7.1 million. So an impossible task. However, we're back to where we were to some degree a year ago, where we, amongst the appeal amount, we found and used our $600,000 reserve last year, Mayor Horvath, which covered the A and B categories of the organizations that scored A and B, so that the balance, the top-up, as we dubbed it, was covered using our reserve. We have only $300,000 left in the reserve. I've always picked and chosen, Mayor Horvath, where my support goes in this corporation across our city on behalf of the overwhelming majority of my taxpayers, who I'm still deeply honored have put me here. And I'm saying that I am definitely open-minded. We only have $300,000 left. To what I've determined with staff, an estimated approximate $400,000 on top of the $300,000 might be required, so that once again, groups and organizations, theaters, social services, you name it, festivals, simply will have the confidence and comfort level raised that this municipality supports them to the best degree that we can. And we want to ensure newcomers and new groups applying for the first time are not forgotten. But I'm feeling the tension, as I did last year, until our chair, Councillor Nan, came forward with a miraculous a successful, positive solution and got us through, and most organizations, if not all, were satisfied at the end of the day. And she knows I mean this sincerely. We're at that point again at the tension where new groups are trying to enter our City Enrichment Fund. Existing groups with tremendous scores of A's and B's are being told, well, in spite of your great score, we can only give you a portion of what we gave you last year. And so there's our dilemma, there's our conundrum, Mayor Horvath. And some organizations, which I won't say today because they'll be embarrassing, some traditional, long-standing ones that maybe didn't tick one box the right way, had a newcomer fill out the application the wrong way. And we have some worthy, longtime ones that are literally being denied. And I'm just hoping upon staff's full review in the July 3rd meeting, we'll be able to meet the expectations to the best of our ability. And I'm honored to serve on the Grants Committee, Mayor Horvath, with all my colleagues and with Councillor Nan as my chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor McMeekin, please.
Yes, thanks, Your Worship. I'm an incurable optimist. I believe in miracles. They continue to happen. There's no restriction on miracles. You just got to find the resources to make them happen, and that speaks to Councillor Wilson's earlier resolution, obviously. You know, we brought in a poet this year. That was exciting to hear the poem read a couple of meetings ago. I'm hearing from some of our arts groups. There's a front page story about Theatre Aquarius being in trouble. I know from conversations with Councillor Wilson and others in the Westdale area about some of the struggles of the Westdale Theatre. I know that Councillor Kazar has had some input from one of his groups. They sent me an email too, Craig. You know, you obviously are having some influence out there. And I'm worried. I think there was an understanding, and someone will correct me, I'm sure, if I'm wrong. That never fails to happen. That those groups that are indigenous, in a sense, to Hamilton, in terms of longevity and importance in the art sector, you know, had the opportunity to apply for 10% of their operating budget. I think that was the, but that, because of the demands, I suspect, Madam Mayor, has been very, very difficult. I'm pleased to hear Councillor Jackson refer to the appeal procedure, maybe even adding some funds to that. Because I believe, notwithstanding the number of times we create and declare crises and then struggle with finding the resources to do something significant about those. I don't want to create a crisis in the music and art sector either. A place where people go to be refreshed. It's said that poetry heals. You know, as one who has had a couple kids engaged in the art and music sector and has seen the impact on their lives. I really worry about it. I think Winston Churchill maybe said it best when he was approached by the Chancellor of the Exchequer during the war, true story. Prime Minister, I've got the answer. We're going to close all the libraries, all the theaters, all the places producing fine art, and dedicate all of that to the war effort. And the Prime Minister looked at him and said, why the hell are we fighting the war then? You know, the cultural institutions that bubble up in our community, the festivals that bring joy into the lives of thousands. The Santa Claus parade, for goodness sakes, out in Waterdown, you know, you look at the kinds of community-based priorities. They're not C priorities, all due respect, Madam Mayor. They're community-based priorities. And the things that when things get rough, maybe bring a little bit of joy into people's lives. I worry about Theatre Aquarius. I worry about some other cultural institutions. And I think Winston was right when he said, without music and the arts, life is a mistake. So I just want to footnote that. I was going to say that at the end of council, but I don't have to do that now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, just a quick question. Apologies, I'm not on the grant subcommittee and wasn't able to be at AFNA last week as I was out of town on council business. Just wondering about if the direction for future funding sources, or that may be required, that kind of further report back that's forthcoming, if that's inclusive of switching some of these legacy groups to operating agreements. Particularly, I think of social service agencies and social service groups that rely on this funding year in, year out. We give it to them every year. We fund food banks. We fund other things. Like they're increasingly part of our community safety well-being plan. They're partners on many types of things across the organization. They do stand out as distinct from many of the other applicants to the pool. And if the CEF is more of a start something new, or those community events, if it makes sense to transition some of our social service agencies more to a conservation authority funding model, where as part of our budget process, we fund them like up boards or agencies. So I'm just wondering, is that intended or included in the potential report back, or is the potential report back we'll just top up the CEF fund? I guess, how wide is that kind of clause?
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. I don't know who, Director Chase,
Good morning. Through you, Madam Mayor, Jessica Chase, Acting Director of Communications, Government Relations and Community Engagement. So the motion that came forward through the grant subcommittee is to focus on a appeals process, which is what will be coming back to the July meeting. Having said that, I do want to just highlight that there are opportunities. We do have some organizations that have an operating stream as well as we have a grant stream. The other thing I'll just highlight too is that we'll continue to have conversations as staff around where there are opportunities to explore operating funds, and where possible, we'll bring those back as well.
Councillor Wilson?
Thank you. I may, just so committee knows, me follow up with the grants committee chair and some other folks just to have this conversation in more detail. There might be a notice in the future just about that on this topic, but I'll do my homework first. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Nam, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. We've been hearing at the Grants Committee for quite some time, not only from our community applicants, but also from different sectors about the need to strategically align how we're meeting the needs in our community, and specifically for those who would benefit from a multi-year predictable funding process in order to enable those organizations who are delivering on priorities, frankly, we deeply rely on as a municipality. And that needs to be much more clear in terms of our process as a municipality going forward when we're relying on those organizations to keep our neighborhoods safe and to make sure that our residents' well-being is cared for. So that alignment work is underway. It's early stages, but I do want to respond to some of the comments that have been made by colleagues around the table. There's work to be done around aligning our Hamilton Future Fund, our Community Enrichment Fund, the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, and how we're going to be funding those priorities that help us ultimately deliver a community and a city where everyone can thrive together into the future. But that said, that is a huge process. That is a lot of work. And we're relying on a very small staff team to do this. And I just want to put that in context because I know there's a lot of expectations in the community that we nail it as soon as we hear feedback. But there is going to be an iterative process. And I think it's really important to keep that in perspective. And so appreciating the work of the subcommittee, appreciating AFNA committee to have approved the recommendation coming out of the grants committee. And I look forward to ongoing conversations with colleagues around the table about the future of how we can more strategically align the deep need to meet the deep need in our community. 177 brand new applicants this year. That's massive. 250 returning applicants. That's huge. Of the 177 that were new, 132 of them got A and B grades. So when it comes to our community looking for funding, they're doing the work to put in successful applications. So now comes the tough job of being able to divvy up the pot and say there's important work that we need to fund that has historically been excluded and also work that is historically needed. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. Councillor Crutch, please.
Councillor Nan ended where I was going to start, which is talking about those historical exclusions and the work that the grant subcommittee's been doing for a while now to try and create a bit more balance there. But I really want to say that this is not a sustainable long-term project anymore, and I really want that recognition out there. When we look at what's happening over the last couple of years, especially since the height of the pandemic, the world has changed, things have shifted for many of these organizations, and the needs are dramatically different than they were. And so this appeals process, which I'm very supportive of, is going to help us maybe get through a bit of a transition period while we reevaluate things. But if the city is interested in funding certain things, okay, then the city should make priorities to do so. If we say we want to fund Santa Claus Parade, we want to fund the Art Gallery of Hamilton, Theatre Aquarius, it doesn't have to come out of the same single pot and the same single competition, even though that's broken down in different areas. It doesn't have to come through in that way. We can just make priorities to do certain things as a city that we're going to fund, and we can find other ways to do that. I think trying to jam everything to this one instrument isn't working anymore. Originally, this was set up to help in a certain kind of way, and that's evolved very differently over time. And I think we have to empower our staff to look at this over the next couple of years and come back with something else that's going to meet the needs in the community as best we can. Last, I'll say, the funding model that was used to determine the amounts that exist for these 400-plus groups was developed before or at the very beginning of the height of the pandemic. And we've seen a dramatic increase in applications since then and are trying to find a way to balance that. So I just appreciate the work that staff's doing again in a small team to try and make that happen. And I just want to mark that the sustainability of this and our ability to continue to do this means having to reevaluate this at some point. So I look forward to those discussions.
Thanks, Councillor Crutch. I don't see anybody else on the list. Can I only add that on top of all of the things, we also have a growing community. And I think that that also needs to be factored into the good work that's being done by committee and by staff. So thanks very much for that good work. So I don't, as I said, don't see anybody further on the list for this report. So perhaps we can then go to the vote. It was moved by Councillor Wang and seconded by Councillor Spadafora. And that carries 16-0. Thanks very much. 6.7, Emergency and Community Services Committee Report 24-004, May 16th, 2024. Councillor Crutch, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee report?
Almost. You can have it for the Emergency and Community Services report, which is, I think, where we're at. It's okay.
Yes, it's not written, it's not, yeah, it's out of line here in the roadmap. See, I wasn't, I was just,
We got there.
we got there.
Yes,
please
I
go
was
ahead.
chairing as Councillor Alex Wilson was at the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence Cities Initiative annual meeting in Montreal. And so I'll ask Councillor Alex Wilson to second this. That Emergency and Community Services Committee Report 24-004, being the meeting held on Thursday, May 16th, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Okay, thanks very much. The report's before us. Any comments, discussion? Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. On item number 3, which is the development of a policy for the use of Indigenous images and themes in City of Hamilton facilities, I draw your attention to item B, that staff engage in a meaningful consultation with the local Indigenous community to inform the development of this policy. Does this include Six Nations and the Mississaugas of the New Credit?
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Over to GM Maynard, please.
Through the mayor, to Councillor Clark, yes, it will address that and ensure we include that in the consultation.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Don't see any further speakers on the report that's before us. So we will therefore go to the vote on the Emergency and Community Services Committee report as opposed to the Audit, Finance and Administration. Glad you caught that, Councillor Kretsch. And that carries 16-0. Thanks very much. Let's see, we're now going to rise from Committee of the Whole. Councillor Nam, may I please have the motion to rise from Committee of the Whole?
Certainly, it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Taddison that council rise from Committee of the Whole.
We have the vote then on rising from Committee of the Whole, please. And thank you. That carries 16-0. Thanks very much. We're on to the motions section of the agenda. So 7.1 is an amendment to item 8 of the Public Works Committee Report 24-001 respecting road rehabilitation on Argonne Court, Elsa Court, Glenhaven Drive, Greendale Drive, Gretna Court, Sonesto Court, and Trevi Road in Hamilton Ward 14, which was approved by Council on January 24th, 2024. Councillor Spadafora, could you please present your motion?
Thank you, Mayor. It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Francis. I won't go through it all. The only addition is item C, that all costs associated with the road resurfacing scope of work be funded from the Ward 14 Minor Maintenance Fund, and it ups a limit of $250,000. And the Glamis Court is really all that's happened here. There was one road that was left off the motion, which was my mistake. So I thank you to staff for helping me with that out. But it's just an addition of Glamis Court to all the other roads that were approved in January. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Any discussion? Seeing none, that was moved by Councillor Spadafora and seconded by Councillor Francis. Can we please go to the vote? That carries 15-0. Thanks very much. We're on to 7.2, Theatre Aquarius Studio Exit Ward 2. Councillor Kretsch, would you please present your motion?
Yes, thank you. This is a motion to help deal with some underused exit options from the theater right now that are causing all kinds of problems. Theatre Aquarius went out and sought the advice of architects and different folks to present options, including trying to enclose the staircase and keep using it, fill the staircase in, and decided that they're going to fill this portion of the property in. They can't maintain it. They don't have the staff to maintain this portion of the property. They're not for profit. So I've checked with staff about whether we can provide funds to help with this, and they said yes, and I've got their approval to write this motion, and seconded by Councillor Taddison, who's also a member of Theatre Aquarius' board. So it's to essentially try to clean this up a little bit, make it a bit safer, and take the demand off staff to try and maintain a space that hasn't been used for apparently many, many years.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kretsch. Any discussion on this? I have a quick question. It doesn't, if I could pass it over to Councillor Nan. I would imagine this doesn't have any fire exit implications. Is something just internal to the operations of the theater? Councillor?
Yeah, really briefly. This used to be an exit that was used for staff, just like a regular exit at the side of the building, but it isn't anymore. It doesn't have any fire exit implications. It just was a staff entrance. They can't really secure it, and so it presents all kinds of hazards as a result. So they won't just fill it in.
Okay, thanks very much, and I'll take the chair back, appreciate that. So I don't see any further discussion, we'll go to the vote. That carries 15-0. Thanks very much. 7.3, Ward 2 Community Grants, Q2 2024. Councillor Kretsch, would you please present your motion?
In keeping in time with the calendar, I'm back again with more community grants. And this is for the quarter that just commenced in Q2. These are all the same kinds of grants you've seen before, approved for the process we started last year. I won't read them all out. They're there for your attention if you wish to read them in general, but thank you for your support.
Your seconder, Councillor Kretsch?
Whoops, it's Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote, please. That carries 14-0. We're now on to item 7.4, which is Stony Creek Garden Club and Horticultural Society, Ward 5. Councillor Francis, would you please present your motion?
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. This is moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Jackson. Thank you. Stony Creek Garden Club and Horticultural Society, Ward 5, whereas the Stony Creek Garden Club and Horticultural Society is a community group that helps the residents of Stony Creek get involved in green initiatives and creates opportunities that promote health and well-being, whereas the Stony Creek Garden Club and Horticultural Society wants to create a community garden in order to promote pollinator, whereas the City of Hamilton has achieved Bee City status and is committed to upkeep the Bee City vision through the protection and support of pollinators and habitat creation, and whereas the planting of perennials and native plants contributes to biodiversity across the city. Therefore, be it resolved, A, that a grant for supplies to install a community garden to the Stony Creek Garden Club and Horticultural Society be constructed at Green Acres Park, be funded from the Ward 5 Capital Discretionary Account 3302109500 at an upset limit, including contingency not to exceed $4,000. And B, that any funds allocated and distributed be exempt from and not be counted towards any formula that restricts regular funding from the city, including the City Enrichment Fund for the years of 2024 and 2025. And C, that the mayor and city clerk be authorized and directed to execute any required agreements and ancillary documents such as terms and conditions in a form satisfactory to the city solicitor. And just happy to have this on today's agenda. The request came sort of last minute, so I appreciate folks supporting this last minute for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Francis. And who was your seconder? Sorry.
That's Councillor Jackson.
Okay. Thanks. Any discussion on this one? No? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote then. That carries 16-0. Thanks very much. Let's see, we're now on to notices of motion, and I don't see any. So we'll go to statements by members, and as is our custom, please identify through the clerks, folks who want to be recognized to make a statement under this section. And as your names come forward on the screen, I will recognize you. So at this point, Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank the councillors, staff, and residents who shared their kind thoughts and condolences on the passing of my mother. I wanted to thank Councillor Jackson and Councillor Wang and Mayor Horvath for coming to the visitation. That was very kind of you. I also want to thank the mayor. My family was very grateful that you also attended the funeral mass, so thank you very much for that. To the community, I would like to remind everyone that there is a GFL Stony Creek Regional Facility Community Update. So that's the landfill update. It is scheduled for this Thursday, May 23rd at 6 p.m. and you can register through the GFL site. I want to advise the residents that given that the hot weather is already here, we are working with public health to sort out when we are going to begin that air monitoring. Mayor, unfortunately, I have been advised by residents that the odor has already started, which was our expectation with the hotter and more humid weather. So we'll work with our staff to get that independent third-party air monitoring in play, and then we'll have a report back to council when we get that final document. Thank you for the patience of the residents, and I'll see you at that community update meeting. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Pauls.
Thank you. And through the mayor, I just want to make the public aware that on Wednesday, May 29th, at 6:30 to 8:30 at Sackville Senior, I'm going to have a community meeting, and we're going to be talking about parks, and I thank Brian Carey for, he'll be there. Public Works, Traffic Operation, I want to thank Director Carol Ryle, she'll be there. Landscape Services, Wes Kindred, and Parking, Michael Newell. So I want to thank them. We're going to have a great meeting, and so I want the public to be aware and show up. Also, on June 4th, the Ancaster race is the heritage, it starts the Ancaster Heritage Race, and I'm sure probably Councillor Kassar is going to say a few words about that, but I want you to know that the ICG, all 18 students that are going to Mexico will be there with family, friends, and try to raise some more money in that event. So I want to congratulate them for being part of the solution to try to get some funds for the ICG. So I want to thank them personally. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pauls. Councillor Jackson, please.
My apologies. Thanks, Mayor Horvath. Two public service announcements. This Saturday, May 25th, actually this weekend, the Sons and Daughters of Italy convention is in town. The Hamilton local chapter secured this convention, which the height of the convention weekend is this Saturday night, May 25th, at the banquet hall at 499 King Street East, Sons and Daughters of Italy Banquet Hall at 6 p.m. Approximately 150 to 200 delegates from across North America, from the various branches of Sons and Daughters of Italy's across many cities across Canada and the U.S. are coming to Hamilton for this weekend. It's going to be an exciting event. Mayor Horvath, I understand you're trying to free up your calendar to possibly attend, but I understand Councillor Spadafora and Councillor Pauls and myself are definitely going to be attending and can represent you if necessary, because I know you've been a great supporter of the Italo-Canadian community for many years in all your political capacities. And I want to congratulate President Lucas Costanza of the Trieste Lodge. And Master of Ceremonies will be Pat DeCaria, an executive member, and all the executive for this wonderful, great weekend. This is going to be some gifts have been shared and have been provided from the City of Hamilton for the guests and visitors and tourists coming this weekend from all over North America. So it's going to be a great time and to celebrate Italian heritage and culture in our community. And Councillor Pauls is extremely fortunate, very lucky that a school has been purchased by the Sons and Daughters of Italy, Mayor Horvath, recently, and they want to turn it into a community center, repurposing the existing building, and they want to do some partnerships with the Ward 7 office in terms of Carrera Park. And I'm only mentioning all this because I've been informed about this, and I've been told, Councillor Jackson, if you're going to mention the gala this weekend, please go out of your way to mention the future project as well, but I know it'll be in the very capable hands of Councillor Pauls and her office. And secondly, another great historical cultural group in our city since the 60s, and they arrived, the Filipino Community and Canadian Association of Hamilton, Mayor Horvath. Their big Independence Day is on Wednesday, June 12th, celebrating over about 110 years of independence for the Philippines. And President Bonner Villabros and his entire executive do a great job ensuring that Hamiltonians from all stripes and backgrounds know of Philippine culture. And it's going to be a great day on Wednesday, June 12th. And they recently sold their community center that was in the heart of Ward 3. They did their participation for the LRT project because they were right on the LRT line around the Delta. And so when Metrolinx came calling, the Filipinos felt they got a good price for it, and they also didn't stand in the way of the future LRT project. And they bought a new home up in Ward 11, and looking forward to working with the Councillor Mark Tattison for the future. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Wang, you're next.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to say thank you to you for attending the French high school, so Jean Vanier's 50th anniversary. In my office, Pascal is an alumni, and so she and the fellow Francophone community were very happy and excited that you were there and that you did a portion of your welcome remarks in French. So thank you again so much for doing that and showing the Francophone community that we see them, we want to service them, we want to ensure that they are being included. And I think that it is particularly important to have our head of council there to celebrate them on such an auspicious day. Other things is there are several amazing events that are happening. I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the RBC Open that's coming up this week. And I hope that as council, we're all enjoying the good weather. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wang, and my gratitude to Pascal, because I wouldn't have been able to say anything en français without her help, so thank you. Councillor McMeekin.
Thanks, Your Worship. Your Worship, you've heard me speak lovingly about the emergence of a very strong ward community council. And I've taken the approach as the person privileged to be the caretaker of all things out that way, to create an atmosphere where issues and concerns can bubble up through the council, and we can then make some local decisions about what we want to support. So I want to talk about some initiatives that are forthcoming. The Seoul Harrison Natural Area, which is on the land of many of our Indigenous brothers and sisters, will be dedicated on the 21st of June at 11 a.m. The Lieutenant Governor will be coming down, as will several of the leaders of the various Indigenous groups, under the leadership of Nathan Tidridge and his students, another student-led event. You know about the Museum of Hope that the students put together, wonderful. Tomorrow night we'll be having our next meeting, and there'll be 5 items that will come up that are deemed priorities. We have an accessibility subcommittee primarily dedicated to ensuring that the several young people in wheelchairs in our community can actually make it to a park and use a swing and some other of the equipment there. There's a public safety committee. We have 16 of our members work on that. And I'll tell you, every time they report, I've got 3 more weeks of work. You know, it's, but that's the way it's supposed to work, right? The Mountain View neighborhood, which is the southeast portion of the community, which is largely with the people with a background from India and Pakistan, very concerned about crime and home invasions there. So they're working with my staff and the community council and the police to develop a neighborhood watch group, and we'll be talking about that tomorrow night. The market is opening this weekend at the Legion. As you know, the agriculture is the single largest contributor to Ontario's GDP and employs 848,000 full-time farmers. And finally, there are 2 youth hunger programs that are getting a lot of support. The Food for Kids program, which is feeding hungry kids in the Waterdown area. And there's a youth center there that runs a special program that feeds 140 Waterdown High School kids, young people, 3 days a week. That's struggling, so we're trying to help out there as well. Those are the reports from the hinterland. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Tattison?
Just want to thank the Binbrook Agricultural Society for hosting Rib Fest at the Binbrook Fairgrounds this past week and offering me the position of judge. And the ribs from Texas were the winners. So there we have it. But I think the sauce came from Louisiana, so it was good. Just something else, there's lots of golf tournaments coming up for lots of great causes. The only one I'm going to mention here is the one coming up that Councillor McMeekin and I and possibly Councillor Danko are going to attend for Interval House. This coming early in June. So check my website for that. There's so many other ones coming up. Again, for all the residents in Ward 11, check the website for anything coming up. One thing I would like to do is welcome and introduce our council to Owen Vernon, who's sitting up in the stands there. He's my official CSA, which is Councillor's Summer Associate. And he'll be helping support our office with tech. I think I'm going to get a new Instagram account. I don't know what that looks like, but check me out soon. I'll be wearing nice jackets and nice shirts like Councillor Jackson all the time.
Photoshopped.
And then, and he's going to help me mostly with boots on the ground because I'm not going to be able to run from house to house as we're handing out flyers with my recent operation. I'm going to count on Owen for that, and he's going to help me with that. One last thing I'd like to say about something that's happening. It's very exciting for me. Up in the AEGD, we have a world-leading tech radiopharmacology group coming in. It's Adam V. So we're having a grand opening on May 31st from 6 to 8. It's an exciting project. It's something that services patients and helps people with cancer around the world. And it starts here in Hamilton, and it's just an awesome development for us out there. And I'd just like to say thank you to them for welcoming me into their fold and helping get community knowledge about this. So this is going to be a community kind of like a meet the community presentation by them before their official opening, which you'll probably be attending in the following week. So that's to Adam V, and thanks for all that they do up there. And I'd just like to state this, contrary to populist opinion, we don't just put warehouses up there in the AGED. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Tattison. Councillor Kassar, please.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. Two quick items. First of all, I'd like to publicly thank Acting GM Robichaud and Chief Planner Fayback for their attendance at the Standing Committee on Finance and Economic Affairs and delegating on behalf of the City of Hamilton regarding Bill 185. I sent around a link to that video to our colleagues here earlier today if you'd like to see it, but thank you very much for a job well done. Very important. And secondly, just briefly, as Councillor Maureen Wilson indicated last week, I was in Cincinnati at the Strong Towns National Gathering, or International Gathering, as there were several Canadian representatives there. I've spoken about Strong Towns several times and will continue to do so, but I thought I'd just briefly speak to one thing that I got away from the conference, and I will be providing a report to my colleagues and key staff. But it's about the Strong Towns ethos, or what they would call the public investment process for a strong town. It's just 4 steps, very simple 4 steps, because we have a lot of things that we need to do, and they can take a long time. But the ethos here is 1, humbly observe where people in the community struggle. 2, ask the question, what is the next smallest thing we can do right now to address that struggle? 3, do that thing and do it right now. Not next month, tomorrow or by Friday, right away. And then repeat. Right? These won't be permanent solutions, but they can be small things that could be incremental and help make lives better for Hamiltonians. So something just to keep in mind. Thank you, Mayor Horvath.
Thank you, Councillor Kassar, and thank you for sending around that video link. I Well, I have to say, I watched it while I put my makeup on this morning. So good job to the staff. Excellent presentation, and appreciate that work. I don't see anybody else on the list. Does anybody else want to share anything this morning? It's still morning. Councillor Spatafora, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple items. Looking forward to attending the Keen's House event tomorrow. The Children's Hospice event, obviously, and for me, it hits close to home. So I'm looking forward to that event, and I'm looking forward to hopefully helping them any way I can to ensure they're raising money once they get ready to start that process. As Councillor Tattison mentioned, Interval House in Ward 14 is having their golf tournament, which I will be attending, and look forward to seeing some of my other colleagues there. And Mayor, I apologize if you were going to mention this, but I want to mention that it was great to be at, I don't know, is it still First Ontario Centre? I guess it's still First Ontario Centre right now, but it was exciting to be there and see that it's happening. The money, I think one of the comments were the money's in the bank, which was nice to hear, and it looks like the renovations are underway, and thanks to the previous term of council and their vision on, that private-public partnership, and I think it's going to save people a lot of money in our community, so that's great. And lastly, and probably the most important point I'll make today, I just want to wish my son a happy 4th birthday. And no matter how long this meeting goes, I will not stay. When I have to leave, I will be leaving.
Yes.
So
That's what a good
happy
dad
birthday,
would do.
kid. Thank you.
That's great. Thanks, Councillor Spatafora. And in fact, the two things I wanted to mention, you mentioned, which is great. I'm glad you did. For folks who are available, the Keaton's House event, I think is at 11 tomorrow morning. And I just want to thank all the members of council for the support for that really, really important hospice project. It's going to make a difference in lots of people's lives, not just here in Hamilton, but the surrounding area as well. And equally thrilled to see the investment flowing, the renovations happening. Not only does it help us to make sure that we're renewing our assets with those partners, our entertainment assets, and so that saves us money, but it will also bring, I think, some pretty amazing events and sports and animate that space for the next almost 50 years. So really excited about that taking place as well. So on that note, I don't see anybody further on the list, and so we're going to now go to, where are we time-wise? It's 11:47, okay. So we'll do the communications, and then I'll be in your hands as to whether you want to plow through private and confidential, or you want to take a quick break. But in the meantime, council communications for May 3rd, 2024 to May 16th, 2024. Councillor Nam, may I please have a motion to receive the council communications update listing?
Certainly, it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Francis that the listing of council communication updates from May 3rd to May 16, 2024 be received.
Thanks very much. Any comments on those? Councillor Wang, please.
Thank you. I really appreciate communication item on the battery energy storage system. Just wanted to get further clarification. The IESO, we're not going to see any more of these applications come forward because that period has closed. Is that correct?
I'm not sure who would be.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, that is my understanding, that the IESO does not have any RFPs out right now relating to battery storage facilities. And in accordance with committee and council's direction, staff are working on a report about the evaluation criteria, should these proposals come forward, and whether they'd be suitable in an urban or rural location, and if so, what evaluation criteria the city should apply to any future asks coming forward. Thank you.
Wonderful. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wang. Anything further then on the updated communications? Seeing nothing, then we'll go to oh, sorry, Councillor Wang.
I also wanted to commend staff on the green building standards. I really, really appreciated spending that time with Emily Coe and with her colleagues just to understand a little bit more about the green building standards. They are exciting, and I'm really excited, and I am personally excited about seeing them come forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wang. So that was moved then by Councillor Wang and seconded by Councillor Francis. And we'll go to the vote. Oh, sorry. Oh, right, moved by Councillor Nan and seconded by Councillor Francis. Jeez. Thank you. Okay, that carries 16-0. Thanks very much, all. So we have, I think, 3 items in private and in closed. So I would just ask then, do folks want to have a quick break for half an hour? That motion's on the table by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Nan. So what time is it now? It's 11:50, 12:15? 12:30? Okay, 12:30? 12:30, okay. 12:30. Okay, peer pressure there. So that's moved by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Tattison, that we recess until 12:30 before then moving into private and confidential. And that carries 16-0. Thanks very much, everyone. We'll see you at 12:30. We're ready to go. So I don't have my papers all in order here, but I think what we are going to be doing is moving into private, we're going to do the closed minutes first? Okay, so can we have a motion then on the closed session minutes of May 8th, 2024, to approve those minutes as presented? Moved by Councillor Crutch, seconded by Councillor Nan. Any discussion? Obviously not, otherwise we'd have to carry it into camera. Can I have the votes then, please? That carries 12 to 0. Thanks very much. May I please have a motion to permit Bryson Tan and Shannon Parker of Deloitte LLP to attend the closed session portion of the meeting? Moved by Councillor Kassar, second by Councillor Wang. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll just go to the vote. And that carries 13 to 0. Thanks very much. We are now going to move into closed session. So may I please have a motion to move into closed session to consider items 11.2, 11.3, 11.4 pursuant to section 9.3 subsections A, B, C, D, E, and F of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021 as amended, and section 239-2 subsections A, B, C, E, and F of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matters pertain to the security of the property of the city or a local board, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including city or local board employees, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land for city or local board purpose, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the city or a local board, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. Moved by Councillor Crutch, seconded by Councillor Kassar. Can we have the votes up, please? That carries 15 to 0. Thanks very much. Members of the public, the meeting will continue following the closed session portion of the meeting. When you see the members of council rejoin the meeting, council will wait up to 5 minutes upon reconvening in open session before proceeding with the meeting to provide members of the public and the media time to return. So can we please make it all happen? They're squeaky. They need WD-40. Painful, eh? Carlisle, this is your team, right? Okay, we're ready? Thanks very much, folks. Members of council, we're now back in open session. Please ensure you're back in the open portal at eScribe. I think we're ready to go. We're all back up and running online. So we'll start with 11.2, the encampment litigation update, LS 20023I, citywide. May I have a motion to approve the directions to staff in closed session and maintain the confidentiality of the report? Moved by Councillor Spadafora, seconded by Councillor Wang. Please indicate your votes. Okay, that carries 13-2. We're now at the update on cybersecurity incident. May I have a motion to receive the update and maintain the confidentiality of this matter? Moved by Councillor Pauls, seconded by Councillor Wang. Please indicate your votes. Okay, that carries 15-0. Thanks very much. We are on the verbal update on Pier 7, 121 Haida Drive, formerly 47 Discovery Drive, Ward 2. Moved by a motion to receive the update and maintain the confidentiality of this matter. Moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Spadafora. Can we have the vote, please? And that carries 15-0. Thanks very much. We're on to the bylaws and confirming bylaw. Councillor Nan, may I have the motion on the bills?
Yes, you may, that the bills number 24-074 to number 24-078 be passed, and that the corporate seal be affixed thereto, and that the bylaws be numbered, be signed by the mayor and the city clerk to read as indicated on the agenda.
Thanks
And my
very
seconder
much.
is Councillor Jackson.
Okay.
He likes bylaws.
Thanks very much. Moved by Councillor Nan and seconded by Councillor Jackson. Is there any discussion on the bills? Seeing none. Thanks very much. Then let's have a vote on the bills. That carries 15-0. We're now on the motion to adjourn, moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Francis. Let's have a vote. It's unanimous to adjourn. Thank you, everyone. It was a good day. Lots of hard work, appreciated. That carries 15-0. Thank you. Who voted against? Oh.